Hello, Internet is either Roshi, and I'm back with another reaction. This time, finally, reacting to Honkai Star Rail animations. Taking me a while to get here, but I'm excited that I finally am. I'm going to watch this. I would like to make a little bit of a disclaimer, though, of sorts, before we begin, and that is that this playlist is on the official channel. I am going to be watching it in whatever language it's presented to me in. I have subtitles on anyway, and that's pretty much it. If there is a video that is not included in here for whatever reason, then just say so politely in the comment section down below, and I will make another video where I react to the ones that I missed, if I did miss any. Anyway, I'm going to watch them, and then I'm going to talk about them. Let's get into it. This is called A Flash. Uploaded 2 years ago.
Heed this oath. As clouds that cover the heavens, will the knights protect the Xianzhou.
Draw! Yes, Master! As clouds that cover the heavens,
will the knights protect the Xianzhou.
Hold firm. A cloud knight must never let slip their will, nor let slacken their form.
Yes, Master!
Woo!
He doesn't recognize us.
So it is with the Mara strike. To become stricken with Mara is to be a long-life species. If I too become stricken in times hereafter, you must not hold back.
Yes, Master.
No sense of time, humanity waiting, a serious case. You should leave, Genuine. Genuine is already.
Farewell, Master. Your gift of instruction. I will pay in this strike.
Nine 9,996, 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000!
A Cloud Knight must never let slip their weapon, nor let slacken their form. Though, you'll have to grow a little taller before the Knights will have you.
I want to be like you, General. I want to be a famous Xianzhou legend.
You do. It is a difficult road.
But that's the road you took, right, General?
Seeing as you're so full of fighting spirit.
Yeah. I won't hold back.
Can't believe he's gonna kill a kid. That's crazy. Anyway, that was great. That was awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, and I could be mistaken, forgive me if I am, because it's been so long, I'm not super familiar with names of characters and such, but Jing Yuan, isn't he's voiced by Sayu, right? And Jing Liu, isn't she Amelie, or is she someone else? If she is, if that is the same character, I think it is. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is, but I feel so dumb. I know that they both voice characters in this game, but I'm pretty sure that this is Sayu. His actual name is it like Andre Saab? Or I can't. Forgive me. I'm all over the place. Either way, great work. This was wild. The fight choreography was insane. My favorite part in this was probably this moment right here. They're having their back and forth like crazy, and then she goes in with this stab right here, and the camera turns and he's looking at his reflection in the blade as it goes by. So cool. Such a good shot. That is an amazing shot. I love that. And then you have this moment of their past. An ally of theirs clearly taken over by something that they call it. I can't remember what they called it. Mara Struck. And I guess that's what happens to her too. She becomes Mara Struck. And that's what they're fighting. I'm pretty sure this is Amelie's character because there's the blindfold on her face. I do remember that. In Jing Liu. Okay, yeah. Anyway, this was awesome. Man. I have a question about these animations. Are these just like little side stories of stuff of like what could be, or are these actual events that have happened within the lore of these characters in the game? Because I don't know. It looks like we have Jing Yuan here take out Jing Liu, right? Because they do like the DBZ fadeaway when the energy blast comes through, and then it transitions into another scene that's taking place in the future, or at least beyond that moment. So it makes me think like, obviously there had to have been something else that happened. I know just because a character might be gone, that doesn't mean that they're not playable. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm curious. I'm curious to know. Very cool though. But I already know that I'm going to enjoy these animations because it's going to be tying, or I'm going to be seeing the relationship between these characters and such. Like, I remember this guy. I knew he was kind of like a knight in training or something. And I think I knew that this dude was his master. But I don't know, actually seeing some training going on is pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, but great stuff. Great stuff. They told a full-on story here, with beautiful visuals. You know, and you have your parallels with her being a master and him as her student. Then later on, you know, he has his standing where she was as the master, and then his student. Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. Such a cool shot. Looking at the end of the sword, pointing right to it. Once again, things happening in the camera, making your eye go to specific places where they want you to look, where it's guiding you. How you just like have the light here, the silhouette of her character that sticks out from that. You have the curve that leads to her. You have the blade with the vertical point to her. And of course, it's like, duh, it's because she's standing on the thing, and because the sword is a straight line, it's pointing, like, of course that's what it is. And like, yeah, but it's put together in this way to make it very, like, visually appealing, that you're definitely looking at this ominous figure up here, and it looks so cool with the rim lighting and everything. It's awesome. Great job. All right, let's move on to the next one. Ichor of 2? Ichor of 2? Not really sure how to say that.
Cheers.
Cheers! Hey, why the frown, Sing? You too, Imbiber de Lune. Let's see a smile.
Let them off the hook by heart. They're still sore from losing to Jing Liu.
Want a rematch? I'm always available.
Yeah, it's definitely the voice actors I thought.
How long will you keep running? I have to leave. Leave? You'll find no refuge among the stars. The High Elder's succession is as eternal and unyielding as the ancient sea. That past is yours? No. You are my reincarnation. A mirror image. A past life sin must be repaid in this one. Not you! For those who defy our creed and break the succession, death is the only redemption. A criminal who shows no sign of remorse deserves no mercy. You have nowhere to run.
Don Feng guilty of unpardonable sin. In light of past merit, the sentence shall be commuted to molting rebirth and eternal banishment.
Why did you take this path?
Hand over the transmutation arcanum and the preceptors will spare your life.
It's all because of you.
Starting today, you're one of the express crew.
Done, Hung. I'm clocking off for now. Attention! The Express is about to make the jump.
You're right. You are my past. But you won't follow me into my future! I will blaze a path of my own! And it's futile! Go then. Leave. And don't look back.
Done, Hung. Quit daydreaming. Give me a smile. Another one. Say cheese. Huh?
Are you alright? Just reminiscing.
Huh? Reminiscing? About what? Come on, tell me.
Let him be, Marge.
Okay, let's talk about that. There was a part where I went, ooh, like, because of just how insane it was. And it was around here, I think. Yeah. When you had this guy doing his crazy water shenanigans, the sound, the sound effects, the music, whatever, like all that stuff that was happening, they had these stings. Like it almost sounded like there was an alarm in the background, like almost like a horror movie or something. Like there was like the sun, like sound behind his words when he was like making this dragon appear, and whew, that was just chilling. Really great stuff. I am a fan of these. What's the word? What am I looking for? I almost want to say like environmental effects, but like elemental effects, like all this stuff of when people animate like fire or lightning or water, and just like the different styles you see when it's being animated depending on what the animation is going to look like and stuff. And seeing how the water was animated in this was beautiful. Just how cool it looked. And there was a lot of water. I don't know, like just the cell shaded quality of it all just really makes everything stand out. And they're also messing with foreground and midground, background stuff as well. Like, for example, in the foreground, way up close to the camera, it's blurred because it's not in focus, because the focus is here, which is really cool. Yeah. It was pretty awesome. From what I understand from watching this, I know that Dan Heng has this other form of sorts, and I guess that is associated with this guy. According to what was being said, he is like a reincarnation of sorts of this guy, so he probably has this spirit within him. So him having this daydream was really like this inner struggle with himself and what he should be. If he should maybe let this guy take over, but he wants to be himself still. And then later on, when we have like I fight for myself and my friends moment, we have him in his semi-transformation here, that other version of himself. So I suppose that this is when you get to the point where he is able to like harness this power from this entity that he is the reincarnation of, but hopefully, seemingly at least this animation, remain himself at the same time, which is pretty badass if that is the case here. That's what I was able to take away from it, whether or not it's true or not. I think it's awesome. There were a lot of cool shots. A lot of cool shots in this. Yeah. I mean, once again, having this water, forming this dragon, and it has this neon glow, but I almost want to say rainbow. Not quite, but you do have like the red and blue into it, and it becomes green. You have cyan, like just white, of course. Just really, really cool work with the visuals. And of course, breaking out of the water with the light, and the light itself making the water like golden. Woo! A lot. There's a lot of detail in this. There's a lot of detail in the other one too. There's going to be a lot of detail in all of these things. This was amazing. You guys, by the end of this video, in the comment section, I would like for you to share what are... I know there's a lot of animations to go through, and I know that a lot of these are going to be really freaking cool, but please let me know, what are your top 3? What are going to be your top 3 from this list that I go through? Anyway, this was awesome. Let's move on to the next one. A Moment Among the Stars. Sparkling Tricks. Okay, so we're gonna get a sparkle situation here.
The world's just like a big non-stop circus, showcasing beasts brawling all day and night. Bears on unicycles, lions leaping through fire hoops, monkeys juggling bowls. Me, I'm happy being a side character in the background, cheering on those who have the limelight. Then at the climax of the performance, bang! Sparkling like fireworks into brilliant colors. You think the leading character would dare do this?
Oh, that was short. No. No. That was only 54 seconds. God. Okay. Man. Just when I was getting, like, really into it. Oh. Oh. Alright. This is the worst one because it's the shortest. And because they gave it to Sparkle and it's the shortest. How dare they? How... No, okay. I'm gonna be real with you. Out of all Honkai Star Rail trailers, at the very least, Honkai Star Rail, Sparkle's trailer is my favorite. I think it's the best one. It's just so over the top. It's insane. I love the way she speaks, her message that she's giving, the visuals that are in it to represent what she's saying. I love it a lot. Seeing this, I was like, and hearing the music happen, I was like, oh man, we're in for a ride. And it was good. It was good. Needed more though. I needed more. Oh my god. All right. She is constantly in the process of trying to unalive herself, and she's always fine. I don't know. It's maniacal. There's something. It's crazy about it. Okay, so yeah, let's go over some things here. Yep. The world's just a big nonstop circus. Showcasing beasts sprawling all day and night. Yep, it's just the chaos of the world. Bears on unicycles. Lions leaping through fire hoops. This is just referring to like the absurdity of the world, like how crazy it actually is. Monkeys juggling bulls. Like yeah, it sounds like she's talking about an actual circus, and like, you know, perhaps she is, but she also says the world is a circus, and then she's saying all these things. She's referring to like how people act, how the system is, like all this stuff, and it's just like one big like weird freak show. Like it's just absurdity in her mind, and some could definitely agree with that. But she's doing this, and then she falls backwards off of the edge of the building that she's on, and they make sure to show you like that's where she was, that's where she just fell from. And then boom, she's on the ground, but instead of being a splattered mess, you have these sakura blossoms all around her, being the gore of the scene. Really cool. I'm happy being a side character in the background. Yeah, which is funny because I know that that's kind of her thing in her part in the game, where you don't see her a lot, but there's that fear or that anxiety that you might have that like she could be anyone, whether it's one of your crew, whether she's in the background just watching, whatever that is. This is her at the same time being like, me, I'm not part of that mess. I'm not trying to be the person to run the scene. I'm not one of those bears on a unicycle. I'm not a monkey juggling bowls. I'm just someone who's there. And that's what she is in the story. She is just kind of someone who is there watching chaos. Cheering on those who have the limelight. And then at the climax of the performance, what you say? Bang, bang. Yep. Sparkling like fireworks into brilliant colors. You think the leading character would dare do this? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's really cool. And I feel like now, here's the thing. When I played Honkai Star Rail, I didn't get to Penacony, right? I didn't get to see Sparkle for myself. But this definitely sounds like she's referring to a trap. Whether or not she had one in the game, I don't know. But it definitely sounds like she's almost narrating to you the events that happen in the story. Possibly because she's talking about her mentality of things, what she does, and then she talks about the end here, where it's, you know, she's giving the characters the limelight. It almost sounds like putting the focus on other people, maybe a frame job, I don't know. Or at least putting the characters in a situation where they're the ones who have to respond to do something about whatever it is that she's doing. And then she literally talks about, bang, fireworks. Do you think the leading character would do this? Insinuating that, no, she did it. She was in the background planning stuff, she set something up, and now the main characters are either framed and have to deal with it, or they just have to deal with it because of the crazy situation that they're in. Yeah. I don't know. I like crazy characters, man. I'm always very... I mean, I've talked about before, the Joker in general is one of my favorite villains of all time. She definitely has those vibes. And I really like how she portrays it in this way that it's... although she's not necessarily a clown, but she does refer to things as a circus. So, really cool. Only 50-something seconds long. Wish it was longer. She looks amazing in this. Really love the symbolism and what she says and the visuals, and it's great. But with that said, let's move on to the next one. Really, really cool. I'm a Sparkle fan. All right, next one is Harmony Greets the New Year. Okay.
Is this? It's what the Xianzhou people use in their traditional dance. Dragon's form and lion's likeness. Put them on. You two will be performing shortly.
You'll see, little boy. Let's go!
Wait a minute. Let me give them some eyes first. That's what brings them to life. All right, on with it.
Everyone! Dragons and lions, we're second to none. So give us a cheer. It's time for some fun. The show has begun!
The Jade Gate shines in brilliant solar might. Both heaven and earth alike are bathed in light. Toward the sun, the dragon starts to soar, as echoing through the clouds, the lions roar. Great rains the dragon shaketh from the skies, as tearing through the lands, the lion flies. Both wind and rain imbue the mountain air. The one without the other, half as fair. In evil's grasp, the Xianzhou starts to quake. The land submerged in turgid evil's wake. Throughout the dells are felt the scars of war, in biting wind and barren sands and more. The dragon, now deprived of water's home. The lion, weak from battle, all alone. Outnumbered in the order 10 to 1. How then is the battle to be won? Yet dragon, lion, both return to fight. The battle shared in memory, burning bright. In evil vanquished lies tomorrow's curse, from which we reap the joy of laughter, wine, and mirth.
All right, that was a cool one. I thought it was cute. I really my favorite thing about it, though, honestly, was definitely these scenes, just like these heavy, traditional looking ink moments with the little bit of color here and there. I liked when we moved back and forth between that and this, and we have this in between where you see the watercolor or the ink, and then you see them just kind of muted when the accident happens where she is losing her balance. But overall, in general, I really enjoyed this entire look here and how they portrayed movement with their blurred lines, their smudges, how simple it seems, but at the same time how well it just works and stands out. And in this here, you know, let me give them some eyes first, painting on the eye. That reminds me of man, I know it's not the same, but it reminds me of that oh man, what's it called? I have to look this up. It's destroying my brain. In Japan, they have like this wooden doll, and there's an idea of painting the eyes on it for a reason. I'm trying to find the name. It is called the Daruma. Daruma. Yes. Okay. I need the name. So the Daruma is this little wooden figure, and they come in different colors, and you would get them based on color and what you would want from it. For example, like blue could be for business success. Maybe yellow is money. Red might just be like a general thing. There might be like a pink one for relationships. I'm not exactly sure what each color represents, but it's that idea, right? And the eyes are blank. They're just white circles, right? So the idea with the Daruma is that you have it, and you would take a marker or paint or whatever, and you would color in like a black circle in one of the missing eyes. You would give it one eye, right? And when you give it one eye, you make your wish, what you hope to achieve, what your goal is. And then you have your Daruma on the shelf with one eye. And then the idea is that when you achieve what your goal is, what your wish is, you then take the Daruma and you color in the other eye to be like complete. And I don't know, this, I know it's not exactly that, but it was cool just like some kind of feeling like that. Like, you know, like, let me color in the eyes first, so that's what gives them their power. That's what makes them awesome. Like, I don't know, like it reminded me of that thing, which is really cool. And yeah, so in general, cool animation. Love this stuff. It was a little cute moment with the characters themselves, but yeah, the art goes crazy in this one. I love it when they go back and forth between this stuff. All right, let's move on to the next. Rondo across countless kalpas?
The remembrance is no different than the sea. Never gaze upon its surface on a starless night. Waiting for someone? Then, how about a dance? My gaze has lingered on her for quite a while. And tonight, I initiate our first engagement. A Galaxy Ranger, as mysterious as the rumors suggest. A blend of nobility and reticence. Yet, in this nocturnal hunt, the Ranger is not the only one who hunts. At this distance, you're more enchanting than you seem. Without a doubt, she seeks the Watchmaker's legacy. In this game, everyone lies. But memories do not. Just keeps on getting better, doesn't it? Everyone has a past, and the past shapes the present. Some people hold on to memories, while others are haunted by them, unable to escape. That is why I took action. I want to know what she is. Many were drawn to this feast. The IPC, the Garden of Recollection, Fools, the Nameless, and the Annihilation Gang. They should have been present, but Duke Inferno is dead. He and his children won't be attending. What have you done, beautiful Ranger?
Excuse me. Are you asking me?
This is going so hard right now. What?
Who are the Annihilation Gang?
Ooh. Oh, there's still more to it. Jeez.
My gaze has lingered on her for quite a while. And tonight is our final engagement. The Galaxy Ranger. No. I've made a grave mistake. Everyone has a past. But for some, their past is a silent abyss, filled with those who drowned in it.
Jesus.
Annihilation Gang. Annihilation Gang. Oh. Those guys.
Okay. Wow. Do I have a lot to say about this one? Yeah. Okay. So this one was powerful. It definitely had some twists and turns in it. We have, and forgive me if I mess up names, but we have Black Swan and we have Acheron here, right? And from other things I've seen, I know Black Swan is very much like fortune teller. Has visions, can see the future, all that stuff. That's what I gathered from the stuff I have seen of her. Acheron here, very tragic past. Possibly tied to a bunch of other things that I may have seen. Okay. So this was wild. I'm watching this and I'm over here like, okay, Black Swan is doing her thing. Asks Acheron to dance. And Acheron accepts, which is not something that I would expect her to do, but she does. She seems to just kind of do things. I'm sure she has her reasons. Especially we see later on is that, you know, it is kind of like, what are you trying to see? What do you want? You know? And the tables turn, right? So Acheron could have accepted this dance because it could have, like, the idea of it is just like, so you want, like, there's a reason for this, and I'm going to figure out what it is, so I'm going to go along, right? And, you know, they're doing this dance, and Black Swan is being very flirtatious. They are both extraordinary dancers. I do really like the scene where Black Swan, once again, I apologize if I keep saying the wrong name, but she kisses Acheron the hand, and she actually like pulls away, and then they just like snap right back into like the dance continuing. I don't know, like that was really cool, just like that reaction and how they just flowed into the dance anyway. Both professional dancers, they knew exactly what the dance was. Very cool. And either that or they have amazing improv skills. But they're doing this, and it's Black Swan just like trying to read her, look into her, just like getting all this information by being in her presence, or going it over like in her head as she's being with her in person, something like that. Talking about all this stuff, the Annihilation Gang, like oh yeah, you take care of them, or you took care of them. I imagine she's talking about something. It sounds like in the moment she's talking about something that had already happened, but it hasn't actually happened yet. Maybe it did. And later we just have Akron just like, Annihilation Gang. Oh yeah, those guys, like just another Tuesday kind of thing, whatever, with the people that she takes out. Who knows? Or just recognizing like, oh yeah, those guys, I am gonna destroy those people, whatever it is. Anyway, the moment we like, oh my goodness, yeah, excuse me. Oh wow, yeah, this was horrifying. Oh man, yeah. This felt visceral, like. And I know Acheron has that mode where she gets like the white hair and stuff with like yeah, but like look at the fear that she has right now. How the tables have just completely turned. How it's her who has the upper hand now, and she is just being extremely aggressive. And you know, before Acheron had some moments where she would like pull away from like more intimate things that Black Swan was putting on, but here, like, this is a face of like, this is what you wanted, right? And she is horrified. This is kind of crazy. We're going definitely inverse with the colors and everything. Just, it's very violent. Like, Black Swan bursting into these birds, Acheron moving through the birds, just like the quick turns with the dance, and you have like these explosions of wings, feathers, blood, whatever it's supposed to be, like just all this symbolism of just completely just not being in control anymore and just losing. And then you have all these crazy scenes of just a lot of pain and nature just happening, like, you know, a spider dying or eating something or whatever, a dead bird, like all this crazy stuff. And it's just what I imagine is Black Swan went so deep into Acheron's mind or whatever and just saw all sorts of like darkness, just all this crazy unhinged stuff that she feels or has gone through or plans to do or whatever this is. And it's like too much, right? Curiosity killed the cat, so to speak. Like, just went hard, and Acheron is just kind of like, yeah, you're trying to read me? Here, read this. And bam, whether or not it was intentional, it's what happened. And it was so powerful. Like, I was genuinely like, I'm watching a horror movie right now. I am intimidated. I'm actually getting scared. I'm not good when it comes to horror movies. I'm a little bitch. I don't watch that stuff. And this stuff here was visually very pleasing, but also extremely dark, and just how they animated all this, like, this ripping and tearing of the character in general, like just like the pain that they were showing with all of this stuff, how dark it seemed, the red eye, a bird skull, dead bird right there, you know, deer running away from like a lion or something, or what was it, elk, or I don't know, rabbit running away from a bear, spider smash, like crazy hands, just all this, just terrifying. And it was just a dance. It's like brilliant. It's just brilliant. this was by far one of well animated as far, because like animating characters to actually dance and dance well is one thing that takes a lot, because whenever you have other characters interacting with others, it's like that becomes like that can be a challenge, and dances get very intricate, and the more complex the dance, the more complicated it could be. So like between the dance of just how detailed that was, the footwork that we see, the motions, the momentum that they had, into just how sensual it was, just like it was the most complicated while being the most sexy, while being the most horrifying animation I have seen in anything Hoyoverse as of yet. This was terrifying in the best way. Yeah. That's what I have to say about it. Just actually kind of mind-blowing. Whew. Okay. Yeah. I believe the next one is A Moment Among the Stars, Robin Colors collab.
Apply your color.
Oh, and that was it. All right, let me actually watch that again, because I was a little distracted in the beginning.
Apply your color.
Okay. I like that. This is obviously a commercial within universe of Robin doing this makeup ad. It's awesome. I was watching this and I was like, "Oh, that's Acheron again." But then you notice the feather, the wings on the head thing, and I'm like, oh, that's not her at all. It's just she either dyed her hair or she's wearing a wig or whatever that is, and going with this more this more Eastern side feel. Looks very Japanese, could be Chinese though. And yeah, I mean that it's awesome. Man, I wouldn't mind more stuff like this, where they have, because what it does is that I'm all over the place. Okay, so what this animated short, it's very short, and what this animated short does is world building, right? And of course, you might say, like, of course you're watching an animated short, duh, it's world building. But this is world building to me in a different way. We're not just talking about character backstories or some kind of confrontation that they had. This is just showing you something that exists in the world itself. This is a commercial, something that people see playing on billboards as they're walking around the city, Penacony, or whatever that is. And, you know, it's just something that was made and exists. It shows you that people have professions, that there was a production team behind this. This was recorded at a studio, whatever. There were designers involved, like all these things. It just gets you thinking that, or at least if you think about it, that there's just, I don't know, it's emphasizing that Robin is this celebrity, that she is this person that the people know, that she gets these deals, she has her performances and such, and it makes sense. It just really makes sense, and we're seeing some bit of the character that maybe you wouldn't normally see. This is so much cooler to see this rather than just someone tell you that, oh yeah, by the way, she's famous. No, it's great that you actually get to like see her perform and that she has her own songs that are within the game itself. And now here you get a commercial that she was hired to do. Like, that's rad to me. That's really, really cool. Also, talking about this visually, I love how we have like, I think it makes me think of Japan because of like you have this, and I'm just thinking like, I know it's supposed to be white and red, but this could just be like a sun, you know, and the idea of a sun. You have her silhouette sit up. She's also wearing like the I don't know if it's a full-on kimono. Could be like a yukata thing, but the hair comes out, and then you can see her wings there. I didn't catch that the first time, so I was just kind of like, oh, this is Acheron. This is a lovely shot. You have the lighting of the red against the straight up black silhouette. It's man, it's so cool. And then she's using the product. You know, it's the close up of her actually using it, applying it, and they're making it very like, you know, these very up close shots. It's oh man, it's just so. Let me ask you, what is the feeling you get when you see this? Like the feeling that you think they are trying to portray here. Obviously, it's like very. It's intimate, I guess. Maybe it's because it's like a close-up on the lips or whatever that may be. But there's also this sense of... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say practice, but I don't think that's what I want to say necessarily. She's applying it under the eyes. Okay, then this, she's got horns. Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that the first time, I don't think. Yeah, you can see these horns. Okay. Yeah, there. Okay, then the horns right there. And then apply your color. Yeah. And let me go back to here real quick. Interesting. So not only is there this this intimacy, this sensualness, there's also you see these horns, these Oni horns, right? And you're like, oh, demon, devil, this is like there's a little bit of that mischievous nature to it. And then here you have like the wings come out and you don't see the horns. So it's like, oh, now it's kind of angelic a little bit. And, you know, apply your color, which is just kind of like, to me, it's saying be who you want to be. Like, show who you want to be, right? Represent yourself with yourself through this. That's kind of what I am getting from that. Also, interesting enough, colors, and you have this purple, green, yellow, these dots right here. And then you see the same colors used in her eye behind her hair. Like they're not, it's not the same color palette that's used for this eye. Interesting. Oh no, like they're marks on her cheek. They're marks on her cheek, and then her eye is just kind of covered. Oh, I see now. Okay, forgive me. Okay, yeah, her eye's just covered, and these are marks on her cheek. My bad. I thought there was some like weird intentional pixelatedness happening within the commercial that was made. No, but these are just the points on her cheek. She does have markings on her cheek. I don't know if they're always those colors. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, I really love the idea of having this just exist. Of this being a thing. Okay. All right, awesome. Let's move on to the next one. Another moment among the stars. Inherently unjust destiny.
Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows. Question. Are you an Avgin from Sigonia?
Yes.
Are you your clan's sole survivor?
Perhaps.
As a servant, you should not resist your master. Yet, you went and killed that man anyway. Perhaps you ought to represent yourself.
I bet you won't send me to the gallows.
Do you hate and wish to destroy this world with your own hands?
Let's assume, just assuming now, that every time I roll the dice, there's a possibility of achieving this particular outcome. Then I would be quite happy to make that wager.
Ooh, okay, so they just showed you Aventurine having all, like, just crazy flashback stuff. I love the art style that they showed here. I've talked about it before. It's very painted. It's like there's no line art, or there is line art, but it's not just bold and black line art, right? It's line art that fits with the color scheme that's on the characters, so they just appear more smooth. They're more blended into everything else, but you can see these brush strokes, these paint strokes that pretty much make everything that you are seeing. Yeah, no, it's great. And they do in such the right spots too. Like, for example, the shadows of who I assume to be Little Aventurine. He could get washed out with the background, like having this dark blue here and this dark brown. Like they're both dark. It could look like it blends into each other. But they added the little line art here, which is more just like a lighting effect in this case, where you have this strip of like white or light blue on the edge of his jacket to separate the background and this here. Like there's things like that are really cool. Same thing with her tunic, her dress that she's wearing. You have this dark line right here, but this is still used for the shadows that are on her back. And yeah, but that separates it. Like it's just it's very pretty. It's very pretty how smooth everything appears to be. Yeah, like it all just, oh man, it just pops so well. it almost makes it look like, I know it's not, but it almost gives it a sense of what do I want to say? There's almost a stop motion feel, almost, because of just how much these colors pop and how straight these edges are. It looks like it could be layers of paper on top of each other. I know it's not, but they're very close to making it appear that way. It's very close, at least to me. But it does look more painted than that. I think they kept the feeling of it just, I don't know, being very vibrant. And then here they did something different, which I'm actually a little surprised by. Not entirely. Not, I shouldn't say surprised, but it feels different, at least to me. Actually, they do it on him as well. Huh. And I think this is part of what gives me that almost that paper feeling, because they're using these different textures for different materials, right? And that looks like it could just be like a different piece of paper that's cut out and implemented over the top of it. For example, what I'm talking about here is that you have his halo, his earrings, the buttons on his jacket, the symbol on his chest. It has this grainy like texture to it that makes you know that this is metal, right? Compared to everything else that is either like feathers, hair, or this smoother fabric. And I don't know, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but have you ever seen like an anime, for example, or whatever, and a character will be wearing like some like plaid jacket or pants, like it's got like a checkered pattern or something like that, and it looks very out of place compared to everything else. Like it's literally just a texture layer that might be like underneath everything else or something, and that pattern relatively pops out and stays the same while everything else moves around it in like the normal anime style and way. I personally, it reminds me of that, and I personally don't like that. When I can't think of any as an example. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but I can't think of an actual name of a show that has done that. Even though I know, like, I can visualize it, but I just don't know the name. It kind of gives me that feel a little bit, just because it's so different compared to everything else that we're seeing. But at the same time, I don't think it's bad here. It does seem like it's implemented a little differently. Because it's being used for a specific material. Like, this is obviously supposed to be more metallic things. Whereas my example that I gave from like some anime, it's like they're using like yeah, their blazers fabric and so are their pants, but for some reason the pants have a different vibe and feel and animation to them compared to their blazer. Because their blazer looks like the rest of the world to everything else, and it doesn't make this makes more sense to me because it's a specific material that is like giving you this feel. And later you know that it is that specific material because we see Aventurine, and happens again with him. He's got this metal buckle right here, and it has that same texture to it. Same thing with these triangle clasp like pieces on his shirt. So I don't mind it. I think it makes sense here. Yeah, and just tragic. way to go from seeing this to seeing this. Like, and then the blood on this. Oh, Jesus. Like, yeah, they went hard to be like, yeah, this guy's had it rough. This guy's had it rough. And, yet still having this confidence, being like, you're not going to send me to the gallows. You won't do it. And then, here we get a more sinister side. Let's assume, just assuming now, that every time I roll the dice, there is a possibility of achieving this particular outcome. Yeah. That goes hard. It's very much like, I don't know. There's something about characters and leaving their faith all up to chance. Even if it's an outcome that could be detrimental to them as well. A character that I think of immediately, once again going back to Batman, is Two-Face. He flips a coin to make his decisions. And some of those decisions might not even be best for him. There's just like a interesting situation, this outcome, a proposition made, and then it's like, okay, one way it's this, the other way it's that. And I feel like you have to have a specific kind of confidence to be that kind of character accurately, to represent to show that, what am I trying to say? For that character to make sense, they need to have a specific kind of confidence where whatever happens and they roll with it, right? Like, they truly honestly believe that the world is random, everything is up to chance, and you're going to follow through with whatever the decision is that's made. Aventurine here had a very nice moment in his early life, and then everything went to shit, yet he's still alive. And that molded him a certain way. And I guess maybe once you live through that kind of chaos, you're just kind of like, anything can happen. So yeah, we'll see if this crazy thing that you say comes true. And I'm going to decide that by leaving it up to chance, flipping this coin. I don't know, it's pretty badass. It's in its own way. I mean, it's absolutely psychotic to do that, to like leave really big decisions up to chance. I mean, I understand with smaller things. Like, I mean, like, I'm not comparing myself to Aventurine or Two-Face or anything like that. But, like, sometimes people can be very... And I too am indecisive. But some people can be indecisive over the smallest things. Like, for example, I don't know, what flavor ice cream? And they're there for like a really, really longer than necessary, trying to think between like two flavors. You know, what am I going to get? Am I getting chocolate? Am I getting vanilla? Whatever it is. And like, I don't know, like just pick the flavor. For me, I consider myself pretty indecisive when it comes to things, mostly bigger decisions, because when it comes to something smaller, like picking a flavor of ice cream, if I'm really having that trouble, like, deciding, then yeah, I'm flipping a coin just to get it over with. Or I'll even leave it up in someone else's hands, and I'll just be like, hey, red or blue? And in my head, I've assigned like red to vanilla and blue to chocolate. And then whatever they say, I'm like, okay, that's what I'm getting. But they don't know what I assigned the thing to. I'm asking a stupid question, and they're like, red? And I'm like, all right, I guess I'm getting that. And there it is. There's your fast decision making. Because if you're thinking about both things, you want both, so you're probably going to be cool with either one. I mean, ideally, hopefully. I don't know. When it comes to the smaller things, I just try to find ways to make the decision, and then like, well, that's what it was, and I'm not going to think about it anymore beyond that. Obviously, here he's talking about something a lot more serious and not just ice cream flavors. We're talking about people's lives. This is different. That's different. What he's doing, that's different. Anyway, this was cool. Got to see more Venturine. I could have guessed that he had a really rough start, but honestly, I didn't really think about it, so I didn't know. And there you go. Anyway, let's move on to the next video. Okay. Another A Moment Among the Stars. Non-zero-sum game. Looks like another Aventurine thing.
Your humble servant, Aventurine, at your disposal. Just a cog in the machine known as the Strategic Investment Department. I can also play the role of friend. Use me as you wish. Even stab me in the back if you see fit. I don't make deals that don't pay off. So I hope you don't disappoint me.
Okay, once again, really short. We're cruising through these. I know some of them get longer later, and I'm definitely aware of that. But okay, this essentially just tells you everything you need to know about his mindset. We were just kind of discussing that through the imagery that we were seeing. Yeah, humble servant Venturine at your disposal. Just a cog in the machine known as the Strategic Investment Department. So yeah, right away he's just very much kind of like, I'm just a part of the plan. Whatever your plan is, you're hiring me for that reason. And a Strategic Investment Department. I guess maybe that is actually a department of something that exists within the world. Either that, or he's just being fancy. I imagine it's an actual thing. And then I can also play the role of a friend, talking about all the things that he can provide and do. Use me as you wish. Even stab me in the back if you see fit. Like, he is so, like, just go with the flow. Like, yeah. The plan is for you to use me in any way possible to make your plan work. That is what you are hiring me for. Not really going to complain about it. If I need to be painted to be a villain, then I'm painted to be a villain. If I need to be your friend, then I'm going to be your friend. If I need to be this... If I have to be this role, I am that role. That's just what that is. You hired me. Now, whatever happens, happens. I'm cool with that. And that's... Whoa. Yeah. I don't make deals that don't pay off. So I hope you don't disappoint me. Yeah, I mean, of course, he's getting paid for a job. He's gonna get what he wants out of it. And it also sounds like it's not even... He says, I don't make deals that don't pay off. And yeah, you could think like strictly to actual payment. But given how we're seeing that he flips a coin to make a lot of these decisions, that he's been through a lot, this guy is in a mode where he wants to see things interesting. He wants to be entertained. So it's kind of like, yeah, you're paying me for a job. I'm going to do whatever you need me to do. And hopefully it's entertaining. Hopefully it leads to something. Because that'd be cool. You know? I don't really want to take jobs that are boring and don't really lead to anywhere, or were for all for naught. Like, you know, like I'm... Like, you know, it's part of the strategic investment department. You're investing towards something. Strategically. Okay. That was cool. I like that. Very, very fluid animation, too, throughout that. I mean, seeing him do the coin trick across his knuckles and catch it, and, like, you know, that... Really smooth. Of course, you're going to have this character just be extremely smooth with everything that they're doing, all their motions. There's a flourish to everything he does. Even when he goes to sit down, he has to, like, you know, brush his part of his coat to the side, and then he takes his seat. I thought they were going to... Oh, okay, so they kind of... Clever. Alright, so, guys. They show the animation of him sitting down. And you see in this shot here, he is sitting normally. But then in this shot here, he is crossing his legs. We do not see him actually cross his legs, because what they do is that they have this cart move by in the foreground, covering that up. You know, both of his legs are there in that instant, and then a moment later, now they're crossed. There is no...
I can also...
There's a little shifting, but they don't, like, you can see the leg move, and it goes to where it's supposed to go, but they don't show that many... They don't show the full motion. And it's just a really clever way of setting up the scene, this environment that we're in, but also saving on animation. I don't know. It's smart. It's smart that they did that. You don't really even think about it unless if you, like, really stop to look at it like I did just now. That's cool. That's I just talked about all that, and my head might have been blocking the screen. Let me go back a little bit to show you what I'm talking about. All right, so yeah, so just in case if I was blocking the screen, you see his legs normally, and then the cart goes by, and then there's some shifting back here, but you don't see the full animation, and then it's just like that with his foot crossed already, right? So they show enough motion to show that he is crossing his legs, but they don't, you know, show the full thing because they have something blocking it, and that saves a lot of time. A lot of time and money. Very cool. All right, let's move on to the next. We have a concert animated commercial before the show starts. And there are no captions available. Okay. So this was an animation to promote their actual concert that they had. Interesting. Okay, cool. So, yeah, Hoyoverse tends to do this. I mean, Genshin Impact has had their little animations to promote their concerts where you have all these characters get together, preparing to perform something. So we see them all here getting ready to do the same. Very cool. Very cool. I do like that. They made it very, you know, showing the characters flourish in their own way and making it very comical in some cases. Let's see, a year ago. I'm just trying to think. Was I playing this a year ago? I don't think so. Or no, I probably have played a little bit of it a year ago, I think. All right, so I'm just going to drop a little story real quick. When I first started playing Honkai Star Rail, when I was at the time, you know, I didn't get very far. And I was very early. I was like midway through Belobog. And I received an email from people reaching out on behalf of these guys. I guess it was Hoyoverse. I don't remember the specific person. I'm not going to say their name anyway. But they were asking if I'd like to, you know, have a Twitch stream where I react to the concert. And yeah, I was not available to do it then. Yeah, I was like away, and it was like over those days I was gone. At the same time, I don't know if I would do it because I'm really weird when it comes to stuff, and I'm like, well, if I react to a concert, I'm gonna see stuff that I haven't seen in the game yet, and I'm already very strict about that kind of thing, like seeing things that, you know, it's a whole thing. Anyway, had an opportunity, didn't take it because of plans. Whoops. Anyway, whatever. Let's get back to this. What I like about this is seeing some of the slice of life-ness to it all. I mean, that's just funny. I kind of want to know why she would freak out from seeing these. Yeah, trash can. I do like how they are showing both the male and female protagonists in these animations. I do think that's cool. Even having them both appear in it. Like you have Stell running, right? But then you have the male version, which I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, I didn't play as this guy, hiding in the trash. I believe that's him, unless that's her again. No, it's him. Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this really, other than that it's cool just to see all the characters. Kafka's gorgeous. I mean, that's what I don't know. When she's like doing the different outfits and stuff. I mean, goddamn. Anyway, all right, so let's move on. We're moving to animated short, The Embers of Glamoth. All right.
Command! Fireflies requesting reinforcements! Requesting reinforcements to Rift Valley! Forward! Requesting reinforcements! I repeat, requesting reinforcements!
Wow.
On your feet! The target's straight ahead! Keep pushing forward!
Affirmative!
Looks like a big old beetle.
Whoever's still alive, cover me! I'm going for the swarm mother! Copy! Take it! What's this? Activate it when you see the signal!
Oh no.
Now commencing scorched earth operations for Her Majesty!
Her Majesty!
Holy shit.
Am I dead? Who died? Born to fight. Such is the honor of Glamoth's iron cavalry. For Her Majesty. Why do we die? Why do we live?
For Glamoth! For the Empress!
But Glamoth no longer exists. I dreamed of a scorched earth. A new shoot sprouted from the earth. It bloomed in the morning sun and whispered to me. Like fireflies to a flame.
Life begets death.
What?
Fireflies dancing among the stars.
Okay. I went from what a roller coaster. Holy. Yeah. Okay, let me go over my thought process through all this. Jesus. Okay. We start with an epic fight scene. These armored warriors, you know, it's Firefly and her. I know that she has like her team and stuff. I guess there's a lot more of them as we've seen. Fighting this swarm. And it's just crazy epic battle, and people are, not to make a joke, but I'm gonna say dropping like flies. Because they are. And you know, one of them goes in for like to sacrifice themselves, essentially. Even if they, you know, hands Firefly the detonator and goes off. And I'm pretty, I don't know if I said out loud, but I went like, oh no, in my head, because that just seemed obvious what was going to happen. Whether or not that was the guy's plan. Yeah. Gets impaled. Throws the bomb. Does the big explodey stuff. It gets crazy. There's that shot where you can see like the explosion's so crazy that even Firefly is like, the armor that she's in gets like stripped off as the light comes flashing through. Like, it's great. That's really, really cool details. Yeah, it was like this scene over here. You have all this debris, you have this light, and then it cuts to her, and yeah, she's just getting thrown. Like here. Yep, that's what it was. You just see the armor get completely, like, disintegrated off. Crazy effects with the explosions and all sorts of stuff. And then, so it's already an intense moment, and you know something crazy is about to happen. I'm invested over here. Because how can you not be with how intense everything is? And then it's the whole, you know, am I dead? No, but everyone else is. So, that's unfortunate. So that's sad. Apparently there's another survivor. Whether or not they stay alive is a whole nother thing. But yeah, and then we get the flashback of her questioning life and death and what life they live and what they fight for and all this stuff, and you just see all these, I imagine that they're clones or just test tube babies what are created for the purpose of fighting a war. It's something like that. It's along those lines, right? I imagine. But they're fighting a war that is like that doesn't matter because Glamoth is gone. Like their home world, I assume. Like their empire is like no longer, but maybe they're just still programmed to continue fighting for this cause. That's my guess. I don't know. And I thought this shot was crazy here, seeing her cry, talking about that, and you just see the swarm like coming back, like just more of them. It's wild. And then I went I got a little confused. It's beautiful, but we got a tree. I don't know if that tree is real. I don't know if this is symbolic for something. But if she can make a tree grow from tears, then man, she has great work opportunities after this whole thing. Like that's great. I don't want her to cry, but I mean, if it's gonna give us crazy, beautiful looking trees like that, I mean, maybe every once in a while wouldn't be a bad thing. Just saying. You want to make some trees? Just think about something sad and go over here where there's no trees. Just throwing it out there. Anyway, yeah. Crazy awesome transformation. The wings, she flies in there, and then I get a little more confused but also just amazed. She blows up the planet. Just completely annihilates a planet. Just herself. Don't really know how that works. But it's cool. It's pretty badass. And she's floating in space, and we got Kafka noticing her, and, you know, she has to be all her. God, she's so hot. Anyway, so this one was nuts. This was absolutely nuts. I loved it so much, though. I love when, you know, they pretty much tell a full story in 6 minutes. These animations aren't very long, and we've seen all the other ones have been like shorter than this one, but they're so good at pacing them and mapping them out and like making you feel something for these characters. And I'm sure people who watch this were already familiar with Firefly in the game. Well, I'm not sure, but I imagine you were so. And if not, then you were to be so relatively soon at this point in time. So, I don't know. It's incredible. I just imagine people losing their minds seeing this. Let me know what you thought, what you felt when you watched this for the first time. Because I'm blown away by it. It's got so much. It's got like this mecha anime feel. It gets like really intense. It gets really dark, and you get a little context for the reason why this is happening, or at least their motivation, you know, for Glamoth, for the Empress, so you have an idea that there was this empire, this kingdom, whatever this is, people made for the cause. Now we have this one well, maybe there's more survivors, but like this one specific survivor that we're focusing on, Firefly, who's questioning it. Yet she goes forth and just continues to just annihilate the enemy. Scorched earth policy, actually destroying the freaking planet in the process, and then just floating away to be recovered later. I guess when I said I was confused before, I'm just wondering, like, how? I know that the other guy had a bomb but that was also like just part of the face mask, and it was a big bomb, but it wasn't like a world-destroying bomb. Meanwhile, she had a world-destroying bomb, and she survives it, or at least you imagine so, because she's in the game. Then again, characters do die, and you can still play them. But this seems like backstory stuff, so I feel like you get to meet the character in game before they die in their backstory. Otherwise, you would have never met them, right? Anyway, those are just my thoughts of this. You know what this tree reminded me of? Like, this whole scene right here felt very Studio Ghibli. Like, I'm getting hardcore Nausicaa, hardcore, like, Castle in the Sky vibes with this. It's like just how that tree was animated, how they were showing the nature, how it's like spiraling on itself. Like just, yeah, how it was growing that fluidly really gives me strong Studio Ghibli vibes. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. I'm not... It seems whenever I plan on ending these reactions, we're always ending on one where I'm like a little speechless. There was Rondo, and now there was this one. And man... just so many. I love animation, guys. I love it so much. I really do. God. The freaking bodies with like the smoke or the steam coming off the battlefield. It's just, the planet already looks freaking dead. And I guess that's the point, right? Like, why are we still doing this when everything's gone? This crazy moment. God. Alright. Yeah, it's just... oh, man. Okay. That's pretty much it. I think that's all I have to say about this. This was awesome. Let's move on to the next one. Now we have A Moment Among the Stars. Bone Jade Exchange. All right.
Wealth is the recipe to happiness. Giving it to those who desire happiness is making the best use of it.
Wait, hold on, sorry. I'm messing up here. I want the subtitles up here.
Recipe to happiness. Giving it to those who desire happiness is making the best use of it. Anyone can receive this blessing. They only have to pay an equivalent price. I don't mind if customers buy back their collateral after they accomplish what they want. But I'll propose an even better alternative to them. A way to make them go further and climb higher at a small price. Guess what they choose in the end? Hello. My name is Jade. I'm here at your request. What are you willing to exchange?
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, about Jade, I knew very little about Jade when I first reacted to anything with her in it. And from what I'm understanding here, she is very... I almost wanted to say info broker, but that's not correct. She's more like a loan shark, it seems. Where it's like, oh, you want wealth, whatever that is, you want status, here you go, you have it now, haha. And then it's a very much like, you owe me. Then they come back and they pay things off somehow, and she's just like, cool, but what about double or nothing, though? Like, what if you went even further? What if I was able to make you even better than you are now? And she kind of like hangs that carrot in front of their face. And if they go for it, then they're probably screwed over. And she gets something out of it, whatever that may be. I don't know. But yeah. That's the feeling I got from watching this. Very cool. Feels very like not a good person at all. I don't know. It's very business, right? Yeah. But this was cool. Some shots that I liked in it. It's her looking through the gem. Yep. That shot there, and you can see the prism, like the rainbow light coming off of it. I also do like how I feel like this in itself is symbolic for something, seeing this eye inside of a gem. I don't know what, though, off the top of my head, but I feel like the imagery here is very intentional. It almost makes me want to go into a just to say it's like I know it's not, it doesn't make sense, but have you ever heard of, like, you know, seeing the world through like rose-tinted glasses or something like that, where things appear better than they actually are? It's not, she's the one looking through the gem, and it's not exactly the rose tint color, it's more of a purple, but I don't know, there's something that is parallel to that I'm feeling here, and I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest, because it's not like her looking through things, imagining them that they're better than they are, but there is still that concept here where she can essentially sell something that seems better than it actually is, because you're ultimately probably going to end up in a worse spot than where you started. So it makes me think of that. But yeah, this was cool, seeing the snake in the light open its mouth and just, that guy's done. A lot of this I feel like is just kind of symbolic for what she does, having the, you know, the chessboard breaking into pieces. You have all the chess pieces. I feel like she's very strategic, but then at the same time, she's what do I want to say? It's like there's a strategy involved, and possibly the person who is doing the business with her would feel like they are in on that strategy, but then while they're distracted by the light in the distance that they're following, the thing that they're trying to achieve, she is really in full control of the board. She is drowning the board. She is breaking the board. She is in complete control, guiding them to where she wants them to go, literally pointing in the direction that they're heading to, and then taking that light away from them at the end. So that's where I feel like this imagery is trying to tell me what it's leading to. That it's pretty much, she's just in complete control of the situation, right? So, yeah. Kind of crazy. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. We have A Moment Among the Stars, Lost and Adrift.
Worldly matters are fickle, much like a maze. Twists and turns, crisscrossing paths. You leave Rainsore Lake and step onto the battlefield. A healer's purpose is to mend wounds and save lives. You pull the dying from death's grip, only to see them march back into it. Saving one person is child's play. Saving the world is as hard as reaching the heavens. Do I press forward or run away? You can't help but ask yourself, how does a healer heal himself? They answer with victory. Every life saved makes for the salvation of all. Now, you must make another choice. Will the result of this treatment be life or death? Are you ready to face the end? Ciao, ciao.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that at all from this guy. I remember this guy being a chef, but here we got some backstory of him being a field medic, essentially. A doctor on the battlefield. A lot of, once again, symbolic imagery here. Walking through a maze. Talked about crossing paths. Then he gets into the whole battlefield thing. You know, trying to help people. You know, a healer's purpose is to mend wounds and save lives. I really like this image here. You know, him waving off a patient and such. But then he also goes into, like, to save one life is child's play. To save the world is essentially, like, a great task. Like, almost, like, pretty much impossible, is the vibe that I'm getting from it. Yet there is that, you definitely hear that desire in his voice that, like, you know, you need to, like, push further. You need to go beyond, essentially trying your best, all that jazz. Yeah, as hard as reaching the heavens, that's what he says about saving the world. Yeah, so do you press forward or run away? To press forward in this situation, it sounds like, yeah, like you're going in for that struggle. It's going to be rough. Or are you just going to run away because it's not likely you're going to accomplish the goal that you set for yourself? And then how does a healer heal himself? Yeah. Yeah. And then he has his answer. The answer with victory. Every life saved makes for the salvation of all. Okay, so here it's essentially, in the beginning, yeah, he is talking about, like, yeah, to save one life is child's play. To save the world, it's like, you know, it's hard as, it's the heaven line, whatever. But then it turns into like, yeah, do you continue going, or do you run away from that destiny? And here's the answer for you. The answer is to save as many people as possible. Whether or not it's the entire world or whatever, it's the more lives you save, the more likely you'll have salvation. Or at least from this guy's perspective, right? Every life saved makes for the salvation of all. And then you must make another choice. Will the result of this treatment be life or death? Yeah. Yeah. And that could be regarding the patient, or possibly themselves. Right? And how I see it is that, let me go back to that line. Yeah. Will the result of this treatment be life or death? So, you know, you treat a patient, and either your stuff's going to work or it's not. So they live or they die. Whatever that may be. But then there's also, like, the life or death of the medic, the doctor themselves. Because every life saved leads to salvation, but then what's the opposite of that if you are unable to save the lives? That could lead to your own death, or at least like death in your personality, death in your spirit, or something. Just failure sucks, right? And yeah, we learn from failure, but if you're going to keep doing a thing and it seems like it's all for naught, it might seem like your attempts are futile, and that could lead definitely to a death of sorts. That's how I'm seeing it. Maybe I am thinking it too obscurely, but I feel like there are multiple meanings behind a lot of these things that these characters say in these animations, that they say in this game in general. Whether or not it's intended, I feel like most people can listen, read, and come up with their own concepts or parallels to what is actually being said. And I think that's what's great about a lot of this. I mean, it's why I'm able to react to a thing that's a minute and a half long and just go off yapping, because in my opinion, you know, people perceive things differently, and I'm sharing what I perceive, my insight from this, whether or not it's intended or not. That's the beauty of art, right? Anyway, yeah, this was really cool. I really like this fire effect that they have here. It definitely a different style from other fire that we've seen, right? I really like how they have this really unique style for the elements in this short in particular. It really looks like the fire here, instead of something that, like, it's intense, it's blazing, but how the flames are, how they kind of look thinner. In some areas, it feels like the flames are like licking up the side of the rock, right? I don't know, that seems really cool to me. That's one thing that I really liked in particular. Whenever they do work with silhouettes, I think that's great. You know, they had like a gold highlight around the ship and the people. That's nice. This was cool. I love this shot. How it started like, you know, water, and God, it's just a complete mess as it's warping to show you the image, and it comes in slow, right? It's very blotchy, but it comes into view, and you can see it better. Still very monochrome between like blues and grays, but like it's, man, it looks this like great pose in the center. You have it framed by the enemy from their perspective over their shoulder, circling around, and then you have this character's soldiers lined up in the background. Still enough where you can see their form, but still they are a little paler in comparison to this figure, so she pops. Yeah. The swooping hair, the flag, yeah, just very, very good composition in general over here. All right, there's one thing that I do have to see. Does this move at all? Okay, we do kind of zoom in. All right. And then it's like a hard zoom with some motion blur. Okay. I was going to say, that when looking at this, it was not I don't want to say it's a mistake, because there's plenty to guide your eye. But when you do first get to the scene, there is a big blank spot here. There's a lot of nothing right here and a whole lot of something. And because this is very white and everything else is darker, my eye goes to here. So it's like, yeah, there is some nice composition and guiding to this figure, but I don't think it's what you look at immediately when you're watching this. However, this could be intentional, because this was where the shore was that you're seeing, where the water was moving up, and then the transition happens and you see this white spot and your eye goes whoop and you're back over here. So you're not over here for too long. It's also zooming in more to this character, so it's not terrible. It's like a psych out, like, we're gonna fuck up. Oh no, you're fine. I don't know. Yeah, if they had this as a still frame, if this wasn't doing a slow zoom in to this character or a pan or whatever, then I'd say this would be a mistake. That they would have had to have put one more figure like right here, and then it would have been perfect. But because they moved the camera, they didn't have to do that. So yeah. Anyway, that's just my opinion. Perhaps someone else could see that and be like, nah, it's wrong. I'm like, all right, cool. That's just how I feel. They didn't mess up. It's just like, it looked like they could have. But of course, they're professionals. They know what they're doing. Everything that they've done is a freaking banger so far. And will probably continue to be. But yeah, anyway, this was awesome. Let's move on to the next. Next one is animated short, Taking It Easy.
よし、準備完了。
ギリギリじゃないですか。
気象将軍、ラフの食べ物は口に合うかな。
ちょっと薄いけど悪くないわ。
だがまさかあの天撃将軍が遅刻する日が来ようとはな。
手ぶらってのも悪いからね。
こやつは
ちょっとした手土産よ。
All right. That one hit all the right spots. It was very... All right. It was very cute. I really enjoyed all of it. But I liked the simple beginning of it. I'm a fan of slice of life stuff just in general. I like seeing how characters deal with their everyday lives, and whether or not it's characters that have like these crazy supernatural powers or if they're regular people. I feel like when you have slice of life stuff, especially incorporated to something that might not always be slice of life, I'm a fan of world building and character development, and I feel like slice of life does really good with those things. Not saying other things don't. You definitely can tell a lot about character through action and how they move and all this stuff. But even when focusing and taking your time on the little things, I feel like it's just as important, and it could tell even more in some cases. So it's like one of the examples for why I like Free-Ren. Right? Yeah, that show has action and stuff, and it's great, and it's animated beautifully. But a lot of the show consists of getting to know the characters, right? And in doing so, you see the world that they're in, how things are, how people react to certain things, and it just sort of builds upon itself over time. And I think it's done really well, where the show is extremely good at its pacing, where it takes its time when it needs to, but there's a lot of time skips as well. And it makes sense when those time skips happen. You have seen the development that takes place. You've learned new things about the characters. So yeah, I think my point is that slice of life is good, and I'm glad that in this animation they took that opportunity to show some of that. Having this side by side of these two characters and their mourning is hilarious to me, and seeing the difference. I'm almost like, just give me a series of like 10 more of these where they keep doing this with two other characters. Just complete opposites, whatever that is, and what they do at certain times of the day. I don't know, something about me is just kind of like, that's interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe that's weird, but I really like how she is very much like on top of it, go-getter, and this dude is just chillaxing. He's just taking his sweet time. Very different ways of life here. But yeah, it's very cool. So yeah, also, and not just that, but also different habits as well, right? Like this guy's having, what is he, just having milk? Looks like it's just straight up milk, but it's a teacup, so maybe it's a tea. And then probably coffee, probably an iced coffee. I don't know. And then like this smorgasbord of food and dumplings, and then eggs. You know, like just different stuff. Working out, chilling in the garden. And this, just the beginning part was probably one of my favorites, where she's up brushing her teeth and stuff. This guy's still passed out, and with a cat, and cats are cute. Anyway, then we got to this, and we had a little bit of a shift where we are going into action mode. She is incredibly fast. I liked this right here, where she is going so fast you see her view just kind of warping around her. Whether or not it's actually reality itself warping a bit, or it's just an effect because she's going so fast, either way, it's really cool that they have that there, even though it's like a split second. Her hopping across the kites, and is a superhero landing, super fast. You know, we have crazy background thing that she's hopping around, just being a good Samaritan, a good person, returning the ice cream, you know, protecting someone from water getting splashed, taking out this burglar, crushing his face in. You know, faces are overrated. Who needs them? You know, just good stuff. And then she's back to eating, because, you know, she probably just spent a crap ton of energy to do all of that. Yeah, this seemed really simple. It told a story, not like a big, like, world-changing story or anything like that. And that's fine, because we got just to see how these characters are and them in this world. I think this was great. I love this. This gave me comfy vibes, right? Despite someone getting their face crushed in with a boot. But yeah, it happens. You can still feel cozy and have that happen. And we're gonna move on. That was good. I love that. That was just fun. All right. Next one, we are going to do Cosmic Ninjutsu Inscriptions. Okay, so my guess, just based on ninjutsu, is this gonna have to deal with what's her name? Was her name Rappa? Like the colorful ninja character? Is that who this is gonna be? That'd be interesting. I have received a lot of feedback from my opinions about this character, and I hear you, but I still mostly disagree with a lot of what has been said. And for those who don't know, I essentially said that her demo was awesome. It was cool, but you don't really learn anything. It's a music video. Of course, the people who say, no, you do learn something, are the people who already are very familiar with the character. I think demos, it depends on what they want to do with the demos, and I feel like they shift around a lot. A lot of these trailers and demos, sorry, I say demos and I mean to say trailers because they're called trailers here. But they're very much when I think of a trailer, a classic trailer, it's to entice someone to go and do the thing, to watch the thing. You see a movie trailer, you're supposed to see it and be like, oh, I wonder what that's about. That looks cool. It's telling me this. I want to find out more about it. And that's good, right? And they definitely do that with her. This is going to be really dumb if it's not actually her on screen right now. They do well with you being like, okay, that's really cool. I'm kind of pumped to see more. So yeah, it does something like with that. But then there's a lot of other trailers where they actually give you more about the character, and they don't necessarily do that in hers. It's just really freaking cool. And that's my opinion about it. You don't have to agree with me. I'm not trying to make you agree with me. But it was one of the weaker of the trailers because it did something that the rest it didn't quite do it. I guess I could compare it to, if I had to compare it to something else, I would say maybe Mawika's trailer from Genshin Impact. It was cool. I really enjoyed it at the time. Yeah, the lyrics were strong, and it was just, but it was them doing singing on stage. It was cool. Didn't really tell you much, but she also had a teaser that did tell you some things, right? That were pretty important to her character. So it kind of made up for that. With this character in Honkai Star Rail, I didn't get that. I only had a trailer. So now, hopefully, I can be like, whatever I'm about to see here makes up for it. But we're going to find out. Let's see. Already love the style. Already really cool. Wow, it's so different.
Greetings. I call myself the Dazzling Ninja Hero.
What in the panty and stocking is happening right now?
Dazzling Ninjutsu, Myriad Colors Burst. A fiend sight lies over the Tenshu. Scram! Hunt complete. Wait, what? What kind of evil ninja puppet is this? Softly, softly. It's time. Prepare to utter your final word. Secret technique. Dazzling obliteration. Hunt. Culmination.
To be continued? Really? You just gonna do that? All right. So I'm gonna give Yeah, Rappa. Okay. I'm gonna give Rappa some credit here. Her animations are absolutely incredible. What do I say? What do I want to say to this? Yeah. I think the art style is great. I know I've complimented art that we've seen where it doesn't have the thick, bold, black like line art. But here though, with this style, it freaking works. And I feel like you almost kind of need it because of how colorful everything is, like how vibrant it is. So she really pops across this like spray painted background and everything, and just whoa. Very fast paced, very fluid. It heavily inspired, if not made, by the people who did Panty and Stocking. Like it looks just like it. Yep. Loved how like the intense motions here with the blurring of the line art to show that fast motion, the exaggerated faces. I also thought with the subtitles on, and sometimes without it, but I thought it was really funny how the monkeys have their own language, which is literally them just saying banana over and over again. And you have the translation in parentheses. That's so funny. I don't know. This was wacky. This was cute. I thought this was just overall a really fun time. We definitely see her even more so in action. Not saying her trailer she wasn't. She was definitely doing some crazy stuff in her trailer that was really cool. But here we definitely see her taking out like this bigger threat, and she's essentially a superhero in this universe, right? I know maybe you can make that argument for a lot of these characters, but she seems like a classic, like she's in this city and she's protecting it specifically, right? That's the feel I get, and my understanding of this. So I thought that's cool. This is crazy. This is incredible. It looks like they went into like almost colored pencil here, and like just the shattering of like all these colors, and even across her with the smear lines. It's very this had so much style to it, so much unique style. You don't really see this often, I feel like, especially in these games. I feel like for the most part they really like to stay on model and keep it close to the game's designs. Yeah, they might be a little simpler in some cases, or maybe heavily detailed in others. And here it was just very flat but cel shaded, very stylistic, super colorful, and that in itself tells me a bit about Rappa, I think. Just how different she truly is within this universe compared to a lot of other things. And I think that could be jarring for some people, or others might think it's a breath of fresh air. That's what I see about it. As far as to be continued, I don't know. Maybe this is a plot point within the game itself. I'm unsure. Maybe there will be another animation in the future, or they just have this here because they can, and it's like, yeah, it's like stay tuned for next week's awesome Rappa the ninjutsu dazzling ninja warrior cool person show. You know. Awesome. That was great. All right. I think where am I at? Okay, let's do one more for this section. And then I'll take my break and then we'll continue in the future.
Seems like it's not going well. All the more reason to prepare a big present. Let's go. Remember to bring that new magic tome with you. Let me see. This is the magic that makes cakes delicious? Easy peasy. All right. Over to you. I need a coffee. Cooking is a piece of cake for a genius. Everything under control. Warning! Warning! What? All done.
I still remember that line of yours. For a genius, nothing is more precious than failure. The smell of burnt food. How strange.
I prepared a cake and rushed over to congratulate you as quick as I could. Still, I've got something bigger coming. Let me borrow your lap.
How flamboyant. I prefer the smaller one.
That's odd. Since when did you develop good taste?
Okay. A lot I liked about this one. I think okay. Herta, when it comes to Herta, when I played the game, when I only knew of her as this doll person, I was very much in a love-hate situation with Herta, because I'm just like, God, why do you hate me so much? But I loved that she had this attitude about her, right? I thought I enjoyed that a lot. And then seeing Herta like this, the real Herta, I don't know. I love the character. I love her design. She's got this witch thing. She's a super genius. We already knew that. But she's also got plenty of quirks herself. Very, very cool character. Maybe one of my favorites in Honkai Star Rail, honestly, if I had to think about it. I mean, Sparkle's up there, but Herta is within top 5 for sure, I think. And what's funny about this is that it's the character, it's the super genius trying to do something relatively normal, but because of the way that they think, they go overboard. They go extra outside the box, like almost too much so, where she's including her inventions. Faulty things are happening because she's like taking her attention away from it, and then like without the correct supervision, something goes wrong, like all this stuff. And I think it's great. I think it's great to show pretty much what Ron May said. I think that was Ron May said to her. Which also, Ron May, one of my other favorite characters. Can you tell that I have like a type of character that I like? I like the intellectuals that are kind of like unhinged a little bit in some way or shape or form. Anyway, there's Ron May, who has that line about, oh, what was it? There's nothing better than failure or something. She was like quoting her to herself, I think. Let's see. Yeah, for a genius, nothing is more precious than failure. Yeah, then like I smell burnt food, and essentially pretty much calling her out in a way, but not like in an aggressive way, but definitely just like I don't know. Just say like, hey, I noticed that you had that you experienced this, right? And in a way that's either like challenging or complimenting Herta in some way. Because, you know, I think I even said earlier in this video, when talking about Cooking Guy, sorry, really bad with names, you know this already about me, that there was a mention of a failure, right? Or at least I did. I can't remember. Maybe not. I might be overthinking or just thinking of the wrong thing. But at some point in time, I remember talking about the idea of failure and how you use failure to improve, to learn from your mistakes, and so on and so forth. And that same mentality is here. So even for a genius where, you know, you have the answers, you know everything, you're always succeeding, but when a genius were to actually fail at something, that intrigues them, and that makes them excited again. They feel alive again because it's like, oh, I can learn something, I can do with it, I can learn something. I'm entertained again, right? Like, because they get excited about obtaining that new knowledge, learning the correct way, trying new methods out. So for her to hear, it could seem like, oh man, you could have this character be all discouraged and be like, man, maybe I'm not good after all. But she has the confidence. She knows she's brilliant, just not here. And she's learning, and she goes beyond. She goes extra with it. She turns the freaking station into a cake. Like, kind of nuts. Yeah. So it's funny. I find this very funny. I find it's very humorous. It's cute. I love Herta's mannerisms throughout all of this. She has the bunch of other Hertas, even these clockwork twist doll Hertas, which are very new for me seeing anyway. Just going about doing their things, helping out, setting up. Yeah, I didn't really know what we were getting into when this started. I was going to ask at one point in time, and then I realized she even has like little tiny, like there were even like super tiny fairy ones. Anyway, I was going to ask at one point and be like, I already have my answer, but like, man, it's a lot of herself. All these dolls, all these wind-up toy dolls of her and stuff like that. Even her phone case is literally her. She's on her own phone case. And then I was gonna say, like, why? The answer: she's a narcissist. She's in love with herself. which makes sense from what I remember from the game, because she is constantly complimenting her genius. So it's pretty funny. It's weird. It's like, at least in this animation, it seems like it's gonna sound weird, but it's almost toned down. I like how they lowered the tat on her head too. I like that touch. That was cool. But it's, the narcissism is toned down in a way where it's not necessarily her throughout this just animation going like, yeah, I'm smart, I'm a genius, I know what's up. But it's like the environment that she's in her place, her lab, everything around her, it's her. And you just see all this stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's clearly there. She doesn't have to tell you again that she is the best thing in this universe. You just know that she thinks this based on the environment that she's in and what's around her. And I think that's really, I think that's funny. I think that's cool. For the character. And I find the character type of like the genius who doesn't know how to do, not that I'm saying I don't know how to make, like, I could probably learn how to make a cake. I've never made one by myself before, but you know, yeah, I don't make. Who wants a cake video? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, like I said, having this character who is super smart, trying to make this dessert, and just the amount of explosions we had, freaking glorious. I love it so much. I love seeing a really intelligent character just fail at a relatively simple thing. It's really funny to me. Yeah, I thought this was great. This was very cute. Love Herta's design. I like the smoking pastries or whatever she made are smoking from the eyes and the mouth. just completely wasted. Just all these things destroyed. That's a little too close. I'd be like, whoa, you're way too close. But if it was Ron May sniffing me, then I might be all right with it. Anyway, it's fine. You know, this was fun. This was a good time. Once again, I'm glad that I'm getting to watch these, and there's a few left. Now we are going to continue with, I don't know, what's this one called? The Long Night of Serenity. All right, let's get into it.
I don't want to die. Please, I'm begging you, just let me go. I don't want to die, please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need him. I don't...
I hate these icy hands.
What a start already. Holy crap. Okay. I imagine this is about the character who is deaf.
Get it over with. End its suffering. The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
Even through gloves? Oh, God.
Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
Is that you, Casterus? All of them have gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
Oh, man.
I can't. These hands, they're too cold. But Big Sister Casterus, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
Okay. You're just gonna be like that, huh? Alright. Alright, cool. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. Ooh. Hmm. Sorry for the silence. I am gathering my thoughts. Man. Okay. So... said one word, almost lost it already. So... this is a very not just fascinating. I love this concept. I love how heartbreaking it is, how poetic it is. And I know maybe some people can hear that and be like, what? This is a terrible situation. How can you like this? And it's like, no, but that's obviously that's not what I mean. I would hate to be in this situation. I would hate to see someone else actually go through and suffer with this kind of thing. But I've mentioned before in the past how I am someone who enjoys the big brainy characters that are like trying to manipulate, control, break, go beyond limits of reality itself, such as characters like Herta and Ron May, and even characters like what's his name? Like Otto from Honkai Impact 3rd, right? There is something about Genshin Impact and the Fatui. Don't like the Fatui, but like the idea of them seeing the truth behind stuff, supposedly, like that, like all that stuff really intrigues me. But another part of me that I find very interesting is actually the balance of life and death and such. Because these are some things that are very much out of one's control for the most part. Of course, there are some exceptions, like there's gods and such, but then there's also that concept of, I think we heard it in one of the version trailers, like you know, like even gods bleed, which means that they're not immortal, like all that stuff. So including that as well, when you think of like gods and immortal beings, and like, are they truly, is there truly no death for them and such? I don't know, like all those things. Sorry, this is a tangent, partially just to keep my mind going and not shut down after seeing this. No, but what I'm trying to say is that I really like this kind of story. it's very much like, not saying this is where it originated from either, but like Rogue from X-Men, right? You know, her whole thing is like taking someone else's powers, but it could be damaging. She can't really like make physical contact with anyone else without causing some kind of harm. There's also the idea of like the Midas touch, I think it's called. Like, you know, you touch something and it becomes gold. You know, there's these kinds of stories where there is some restraint, some disconnect with your actual physical life because you can't do these very basic things that most people need in their life to function. And like, of course, obviously she's like growing up and stuff, and she doesn't need, like, you don't physically need a hug to live. Like, it's not like food or sleep or something, right? But at the same time, you do need like compassion, and we're very physical creatures. Like, we just are, and I feel like that's God, that's gotta suck just to completely remove that. Man, I keep losing my train of thought here. Sorry. This animation is awesome. Castries is a very cool character. She's a very tragic character. And I'll be honest, when I was watching some of this, like the early parts here, I was like, yeah, it's very sad. She can't touch, and it brings death, and she is essentially used for this purpose to remove people of their suffering, right? In their old age or in their sickness or whatever that is. And part of me was like, yeah, that's very sad, but it's also an honor in a way, I would imagine, knowing that you are bringing people to a state of peace out of suffering and such. But seeing it day in and day out, from a kid to growing up, like it's like become your purpose, you would have to very much disconnect yourself, disassociate, and it looks like she isn't really able to do that. She still feels pain as far as like her emotions being hurt or going wild, or just struggling with this idea that this is what her touch does, right? These icy hands. She doesn't see it in a light of removing people's suffering. She sees it as in, like, this is all that they do. This is all I can do. I mean, you have like the blackbirds, like the crows, symbolizing death. Like all these people in bed are walking up. This was nuts, because some like other characters that have this similar thing in fiction, with gloves on, they're able to kind of like bypass some things. With her, it's so strong. It's through the gloves. It's her essence in general, where she touches the flower through these thick leather gloves and it still dies. That is heartbreaking. She is trying so desperately to find a way to make physical contact with anyone without removing their life from them, so she can play with her friends, so she can hold someone's hand, so she can just enjoy the sensation of touch in general with those that she loves. And what I thought was a great detail was this. A branch between her and her friend. That this is what she has to do. This is what she has to do in order to hold someone's hand. This is her way of doing it. This is as close as she can get to actual physical connection with anybody. And this sucks. I mean, yeah, you'll take what you can get, right? You're gonna have to trick your brain a little bit to be like, this is a good thing. This is good, right? This is my way of like, you know, like it's oh man. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, and her friend is miserable too. Yeah, this was sad too. Like, yeah, like you see her happy and smiling and stuff, thinking like, yeah, this is cool. Bro, look how messed up this is. It took me a second when I saw it. I mean, I realized it before the scene went, but like, see these kids dancing around the fire, holding hands. Her way of holding a hand is with a stick. And then yeah, she's just in her room, essentially playing pretend with herself, imagining what it'd be like to be a part of that, have those friends, dance around, have fun, but she has sticks in each hand because that's how she holds hands. That's man, it's so sad. God damn it. There's a lot in this. Her walking through just war. There's a lot of death and war. During this part, it was the sound effects that really started to get to me, because you hear the sound of blades and like bludgeoning and people screaming and dying, children crying, and it's just, and her face is just deadpan, just walking through all this. Just death is what she knows. It's, oh god, it's very powerful. And then here, yep, we have her friend again, older, which and then the parallel shot with her and her friend again, but now she's old. Oh god. So they it reminded me very much of, once again, not saying that and this concept is new or anything like that, but they did the same thing. Sorry, losing my train of thought again. They did the same thing with Silali in Genshin Impact, right, where she had like the student who was much later and an older woman, and then her by the grave and all that stuff. Like they did that. They're very good at telling that story. Am I right? They do it here too. Man. And this is a way for them to like to show that like people, at least her friend, like do realize the loneliness that she goes through, the pain that she goes through, right? That there is an understanding. And then you must want to desperately embrace them. This is like the most powerful part in the whole thing. When she just takes her hands and then goes into the hug. Oh god. I'm just talking about the concept of the story. I haven't even gone on to the actual animation bits of itself. It's beautiful. What do you want from me? They do really well. I don't know. But even this, before, when she would use her ability, sometimes she's not even physically touching. Sometimes she's just like extending her essence or whatever that is, and the thing word is to decay and or pass away in front of her. Here she's in a full-on hug, and you literally see this woman like dematerializing in her arms, and you know she's ready to die. It's all and it's one of those things like, well, before I do, I mean, let me give you that hug that I've wanted to do ever since I was a freaking kid. You know, like, oh boy. It would still be very sad, but I feel like a way for her to... I don't even know. Instead of just walking up to people and just like, death hand, could she just give people like their last hug? Could that be her thing? I know that'd be sad because it is like, yeah, if I touch them they die, but if they're there for the purpose of like they're suffering and they're passing away anyway, like, I don't know, maybe the hug is the way to go. I'm just saying, because then she kind of gets something out of it. I mean, this is a tragic moment, because it is probably one of the only, if not the only, hug she ever gets or has up until this point. And it's like her best friend. If it's not her friend, then sorry, but I mean, with what they showed with the stick holding and then the stick holding and like obviously, and she is a god, right? So she didn't age. Oh, she aged, but she didn't age. You know, I feel like when it comes to the gods, they like, we might see them as kids, and then they grow up to their prime, and then they just stay in their prime. That's not really rocket science. That's just like what that is. Yeah, and then the hug, she is having all these dreams. So this is daydreaming, this imagination of what her life could be like if she was able to physically connect with people. And I love this section. It's very pastel. We are showing rainbow colors. The rest of this animation prior to this is very color-wise, it's very muted, right? It's very weary, tired looking, and like that's kind of the point. And then here we have something that's different style. We're dealing with pastels, we're dealing with color pencils, it's rainbow, it's happy, and this is the life that she wants. This is the life that she can never have, and it's heartbreaking because you see all this dancing, this hugging, this being around all of this life, all of these animals, right? She can't have any of that. Playing with children, like she can't. I mean, she'd be devastated, like, to anyone, but like a child, she accidentally like pat a child on the head or something, like that kid's, you killed a kid, like, you know, like this is a never situation. This is like a never gonna happen situation. Maybe something happens in the story where she can, and like, God, I hope so, but or something is accepted or whatever, and I don't know, but god damn. Yeah, and every flower once bloomed with pride. Yeah. And then with this deer at the end, so the first thing I thought, and maybe I'm right, but I'm a little confused. I've talked about before when it comes to death and the symbolism with, at least a lot with like Hu Tao stuff. There's a lot of butterflies, and I grew up where someone could be like, oh yeah, you see that butterfly? That's so-and-so's spirit. Like, that's so-and-so, like, watching over us or whatever. It's not always with butterflies, though. It can be with other animals. Something that they were, like, associated with. Like, for example, hummingbirds. Like, right? Like, I don't know. Like, my mom really loves hummingbirds, and they remind her of her friend. So whenever she sees a hummingbird, she's just like, oh, yeah. You know, there she is. Or with cardinals. My grandpa was associated with like cardinals and stuff, and like for reasons, and yeah, there's like this red cardinal that hangs around our house, and every time my dad sees it, he says hello. Like, you know what it's just one of those things, and I think it's whether or not, like, you know, I mean, I'm not here to say like what's real, what's not, whether or not these things are cope or if there's something more to them. It's I mean, it helps people with that kind of mentality. Maybe there is something to it, and maybe there isn't. But either way, it makes me think of that, like this deer shows up and I'm like, oh, is this like symbolic for this girl's spirit? But then we see the eyes, and the eyes aren't the same, and that confuses me a little bit. Either way, this was beautifully done. This part was amazing here with like the contrast of everything else in this. Not saying everything else was bad. Like this was a beautiful thing too. As frightening and dreary as this moment was, just seeing this panning artwork with her slow deadpan walk. I mean, it's great. The environments are beautiful. I'm a fan of like snowy environments. I know like we see fire and stuff too, but I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess what I mean is like you can definitely get the sense of what this place is like. Like we're probably like in the mountains. It's cold. There's probably a long snowy season. When you're getting a fire like this, you're gonna have people celebrating or like having a good time around it. I don't know. There's a lot going on in this animation that I think is truly beautiful and heartbreaking. Getting this boy down the stairs has got to be like, that was a challenge probably. Anyway, yeah, I said all I was able to really say about this. I think I rambled on for a lot longer than I intended to. Most of that was to deal with the emotions I was feeling after watching that. Holy crap, that was a movie. Better than some movies I've seen these days. All right, we're gonna move on to the next thing. One of my favorites by far so far. That was incredible. The next one is Honkai Star Rail 2-year anniversary special.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
We venture through the chaos backseat, 1,000 light years when I'm free.
We dance beneath the galaxy, then will you be with me?
Hand in hand we face our fears, conquering depths that linger near.
Together we find a way to brighter, better days. Exploration begins. Moving on, to path unknown, to break into daylight. No sleep until sunrise. Running on, a road to far. We're rising high into the sky. The way go, the way know. Catching on, about to know, to think in the daylight, breaking through the moonlight. Light goes on, so ties of time, gathering the light to dream a light in our souls to win on the journey, on the journey.
Okay. Yeah, that was... I mean, this was fun. This was just a... I mean, this was just a fun video. The style of everything is so very just all over the place. Once again, I mean, yeah, there's some line art, but everything is done imperfectly. It seems very rough, intentionally. The colors are very cel shaded, just like very, like, look at this. Like I'm blocking her, but you have March over here. Just look at how ridiculous that looks. I don't know. They're like on model, but they're not on model. There's a lot of exaggeration throughout all this. You have all sorts of characters together. You have the warbly lines, which is very nice. I think. I don't know. It's very different. I kind of. This part is another part that reminds me of like the Rappa animation we saw, which I was struggling to think. I kept saying panty and stocking, but it's not just panty and stocking. It was really like just Studio Trigger like type of animation. This is borderline that as well, as far as I'm concerned. It's really, I think it's really close, or at least the colors that are being used are, especially in this part with Robin walking down the street. I'm looking up a thing. Okay, so what this... I had to look up the term because I forgot. But what this looks like is... I mean, things get exaggerated, but in some areas where... like... that face is goofy as hell. Anyway, but I love it though. There are parts in this where you see hands like this, or like playing the piano right here. What am I trying to say? Okay, so there's scenes like this with Robin walking down the street with the this weird warped camera angle, And I feel like this is just animators going nuts, right? And then you have scenes like this where there's this piano playing, and I feel like this is rotoscoped, close to it. For those who aren't sure exactly what that means, it means when you take real life footage and you animate over it, essentially. Like they used a real person, like with this camera angle of them playing the piano possibly, and they just kind of animated over the top of it, the same motions and such. Not saying that's exactly what they did, but because of how smooth it is, that's just sort of what it reminds me of. Whenever they get to the part where they're playing instruments here, I feel like all of like this section is just rotoscoped. And then they get to other moments where it gets a little like wackier and their motions are different. And when that's the case, it's just them going nuts with their animation skills. So I feel like a lot in the later half is rotoscoped, while a lot in the beginning is just very like, yeah, we're just gonna go ham. And I love seeing these group shots of all these characters together. Yeah, I don't know. It feels sloppy in an intentional way. I feel like there's some rotoscoping going on, which isn't a bad thing, especially since it's like not something we normally see them do. And when they're not doing that, I feel like they're just going very experimental, and it's fun. It's just fun. As far as the song goes, like, it was nice. I'm a little indifferent to it, but I definitely appreciate it for how experimental that felt as well. It was very, not very, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know the word because I don't know music terminology stuff. But you had your male vocalist and you had your female vocalist, and they're both killing it, and they're not even both like singing in unison half the time. It's like a very asymmetrical song in a way, and for the kind of feel that it was giving, I think it fits. I think it makes sense. So I don't dislike it, but I was just actually more so engrossed by the visuals than anything else for this particular animation. When normally I would think like the sound and music sticks out more. I was like, I think you can put another song here and this animation could even be improved even more so, if that makes sense. Once again, not saying that the music was bad. I don't think it was bad, but I just think like it was okay for what we were seeing. Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm going to say about this. And I think we're going to move on to the next one now. We have Hark. There's revelry atop the divine what? The divine mountain. All right. Oh, is this what's his face? Is this Swole Ether? Oh wait, no, it's not. It's not.
Are you ready, Nanook? I brought you destruction!
Oh boy.
Searching for fate, crushing it,
glass that shattered, reaching through the darkness, voices trailing fires, echo of desires, a world of silence, sounds of desperation, phantoms in the shadows, sovereignty. Tear it down, embrace the detonation, parallel, craving our damn creation, breaking a chain, I'm reaching for you.
My wish? My wish is to fulfill everyone else's wishes. If I can't fulfill them,
Then send them on to tomorrow.
Okay. So yeah. Let's just go hard, I guess. Sure, why not? That is nuts. Okay. Wow. This was absolutely insane. But what this reminded me of, there was a game, I never played it, but I know that it had a reputation for having a lot of like quick time events. I just remember like really big, crazy, angry god. I think they had multiple arms. I'm not sure. And they're just fighting and blowing up everything, and like I don't remember. This went so hard, and it kept getting more and more intense as we went on. Like when we were here, I thought we reached the peak of what the animation was going to be. And how stupid and foolish I was to assume that. It goes so much harder from here on out. It is actually insane. I was like, cool, we're gonna get some badass moment. This guy's running in there. He's gonna be slaying all sorts of these creatures, these shadow monsters. It's gonna be badass. We've got the rock music going. And then he gets a little psycho. We're like, okay, yeah, I'm here for it. And then he gets a little more psycho. I'm like, yeah, sure, man, you do your thing. And now he's like reveling in it. I'm like, yeah, that's, you did it. You did the thing. But no, let's go fight this guy. Sure. Because we're trying to get to a god, right? So yeah, let's fight that guy. And it gets, you have a transformation. That's cool. Wow, you're all sorts of angelic and stuff. That's in a crazy way, but sure, that's fine. I dig it. And then you get wrecked. He gets wrecked. He loses his wing. He loses an arm. And he falls. And it's a pile of bodies. It's a bunch of people. And that makes me think of like that's very symbolic for, I don't know, either all the people who have tried before him to defeat a god and have failed, or not even, because you see people of various ages here. So it could just be like, I don't know, like a way of saying like you're just immortal like everyone else. Here you go. In the trash. This is where you belong. It's also giving me like Icarus vibes, you know, flying too close to the sun and the wings melt off and he comes crashing down, meets his doom, like all that stuff. Because he loses a wing, his other wing's frayed, and he's crumpled in a heap there, defeated within the moment. But what I love about it is that, of course, he gets up again. And he has this motion here. Which I'm sure some people were probably watching this like, why would he do this? Why would he do this thing right here? He hacks off his own wing. And you could see the pain in his face, just like the rage this guy's feeling. But yeah, he hacks off his own wing. And obviously it's so, ironically enough, he's more aerodynamic. Like, you know, like now he's going to charge the guy and he's not going to be slowed down by a dead wing hanging off of him. You know, it's not like he can fly. He lost his other one. He's just going to remove that and go ham. And like, yeah, I respect. Yeah, and then he gets impaled, you know, he's fine. This was the part that really reminded me of that game I was trying to remember, where he's just losing his mind. Yeah. All this, the fire. And then, yeah, he made a god bleed. He made a god bleed. A lot of effort to do it, but it's possible. You know, then you see it heal. He crumbles, and we see the inner child and all that stuff. And this is that thing of, oh man, what I also really liked about this is we hear his wish. He wants to fulfill everyone else's wishes, and then for those he can't, then send them on to tomorrow. And you hear the child version of him say it, and you hear the adult version of him say it, and the way it's said from both have very different tones. Like, you can tell the meaning behind this has definitely changed over time. Where one is very innocent and the other one is very, like, vengeance sounding. Yeah. This is pretty incredible. The music goes hard. It's very fitting for this, I think. The animation is absolutely insane. Very fluid. They definitely break character model at times to just exaggerate motions to make them look even crazier, more intense, faster, and so on. And you know what this reminds me of, actually? This, I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen it, but there was, and once again, I can't remember the name, sorry, but there was an independent animation that some guy and I think his friends had, like, worked on for like years, like a Dragon Ball Z tribute. And the animation in that reminded me of moments in this. It got me thinking, like, either, like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I, like, actually looked up animator names and found them, like, on this team or something like that. Because it's, like this whole moment right here, I'm just like, I'm pretty sure I saw, like, very similar image of like, Goku doing the same thing or whatever. Or maybe Vegeta. I don't know. Anyway. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know. It's a fan-made animation, and it was done really well. This had a lot of good in it. Could I tell you exactly what's happening? No. But, this is that character that in, I think, one of the version trailers talked about making the gods bleed. And, I think it's that same guy. And he's all about it. He's going hard. Good for him. Or not good. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad thing he's doing this. I'm not sure. But, you know, I'm kind of about rooting for the underdog. Despite how powerful this guy looks, I would still say he's the underdog in this situation if he's fighting a god. But anyway, yeah, that's what I gotta say about that. Absolutely insane. I love the colors, like just how fluid everything moved. The use of lighting with like the harsh red. And of course, let's just charge through galaxies. We're fine. We didn't need those anyway, right? It's whatever. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. It says I already watched this. That's a lie. I did not. Trek. Or did I? Did I watch this? No.
Circe's giant tree.
Never seen this.
Witness to Amphorius. This time, I will follow its roots into the ancient earth. Until I find you. On this journey, I will become the bedrock of mountains and bear the cities above. With the currents, I merge into the tide, crashing upon the land's jagged reefs. I sweep across the nameless barrens, scattering endless snow and frost. Entwined in the cycle of day and night. Into the deepest depths of this world. I drift in the darkness that was before all else. When can I lead you out of this maze? No. I can't do it with just my eyes alone. Maybe it was never me. Maybe it was always you who could set us free.
Long time no see.
All right. Let's settle this and keep moving.
That's where we will all find our answers. Hey, Donok, wake up.
Three of a kind. Two pair. Ace. Go.
Okay. So that was some more Dan Heng stuff. Right there. Very nicely done. Usually he's associated with water, it seems, but this time more earth than anything. So I imagine there's some kind of... Maybe there's some kind of switch up. Maybe this is another version of Dan Heng. Kind of like how there's multiple versions of other characters, like March. She has some other versions of herself, too. I was lost for a second, but then I remembered it from the actual game. His way of counting down. 3 of a kind to pair ace. I think that's clever. I really like that. They have it here. Maybe he does that multiple times throughout the game, other than the first time he does it. I love seeing these images here of the party. You know, like you have March. And, I think, is that him too? Is that supposed to be him? I don't know. I guess like seeing like their memories and such, right? Yeah, I like it. I mean, once again, I'm enjoying how flat this style looks. This reminds me very much of like Samurai Jack, which is a great art style. In this upside down city, it's fantastic. I mean, this place, the snowy area with you got like these mammoths, like this is cool. There's a lot of cool visuals throughout all this. It almost looks like every frame could be a painting you'd see on a wall of some temple, but it moves. It's very much alive. I think that's what I took away the most from it. Just its overall style. And here, what they're doing, at least with the character, when he's all glowing and stuff, is that they make his line art lighter. Like, they have, like, it's not black, it's not a color that is closely associated to the other colors on him. It's just like this golden yellow highlight against his whites and greens and black and browns, and it makes him pop from everything else even more. At least in that scene right there. Like in this one. Not so much here, although they have like a more like a gradient like glow around him there. Oh, maybe they have a little bit on his line art. A tiny bit. They do it against the darks to separate the dark from the dark. Yeah, they do it. Okay. Yeah, and they kind of do it here too. They have like this yellow golden line. I don't know. It pops. This is nice with the rim lighting from the giant glowing dragon. Love me a good glowing dragon. Okay, yeah. Very fluid, beautiful. Like I said, reminds me of like the art style of Samurai Jack, with just how solid the colors are and how much that pops. Yeah, this was great. All right, let's move on to the next one. I believe we have one more. Hello World. Okay. This, as of now, will be the most recent animation that has dropped. This was 4 days ago? Is that real? 4 days ago? Okay. Hell, sure. All right. And I'll say this now. Obviously, there will be more animations in the future, and I will be reacting to those as well. I'm probably, like some of the other stuff that I've done, gonna let them build up a bit so I can react to a bunch in one go. Or just whenever I feel like it. Just so you know, that's how I'm probably gonna do these kinds of videos going forward. But yeah, let's get into this. Hello world.
Light. Sky. Sea. Stars. Seeds. Flowers. Birds. Hope. And love. Such words of beauty were how I first imagined the world. For as long as I can remember, I've used them to tell the stories of Amphorius. And now, this is the last one. A story about tomorrow. Dedicated to you.
Once upon a time, morning glow, scattered light, shone on you and I, and fading poems, frozen rhymes, are traces on the breeze, whispers of past reverie. Please let me linger for now, enveloped in your sound. Love on the pages, the ink our stories penned. No matter how it ends, I'll do it all again. Oh, stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes to tomorrow's life, while walking step beside you. So stay true. The winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. And like a melody, sing a song of reverie. Please stay true, cherish your memory. Go with love, your heart's your key as rivers flow, as gardens grow. I hope you bloom in beauty. See you soon, after the end of time, in the mountain frozen rime. Now stay true, blossom as spring renews, dreaming colors every hue. Tomorrow's eyes, to tomorrow's life, while walking step beside you. Now stay true, the winter's rhyme anew, woven memories are blue. And like a melody, sing our reverie. And in our memory, in the end of our journey.
Okay. Yeah, that was beautiful. Man. What a great one to end it on. In my opinion. Yeah, okay. So very pretty. Very beautiful. It's a very wholesome animation. Also a little sad. Maybe that's weird, but I don't exactly know how to explain it because I just don't have the context, right? But to me, this feels like a goodbye, we'll meet again kind of song, right? I'd probably have to, like, listen to the song, actually, and the lyrics. I was trying to do both, but I was very captured in the visuals, and just the overall sound of the song was very entrancing. I wasn't super focused on what was being said, to be 100% honest with you guys. I love lyrics and deciphering lyrics, but honestly, I usually have to, like, look deeper to, like, really get the meaning, and I enjoy doing that. I'd rather have lyrics with meaning than lyrics that are just there for the sake of just sounding good. This was both. This sounded good, and there was definitely a deeper meaning to what was being sung. I mean, just this moment here where you have all these shots of these characters living amongst each other and growing up and getting along and just having a good time, and then you get to this moment where the book shuts and you're flying backwards away from it, but you're still trying to catch up and pull yourself forward, and then you get here, and then it's this character and she's just alone out here in this, like, serene place. So it's definitely kind of like a symbolically, visually at least, it's kind of giving me a message of, like, enjoy the moment, appreciate what you got, kind of thing. Things don't last forever. Not to say that it'll lead to a sad or unhappy ending, but yeah, you know, like right there, just says cherish the memory. Just cherish our memory. Yeah, I get the vibe of just, like, you know, things change. So remember the good times. This was a cool shot, seeing all these characters float up and just turning into, like, their constellations and stuff. That was cool. Oh, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm just... Yeah, sing our reverie, and in our memory, pen the end of our journey. Yeah, I feel like this is just a very much, like, remember the good times, keep us in your memory, things are gonna change, not always gonna be here. But in memory will live on, you know, like, write down the stories, yeah, it's something along the lines of that, I think. That also reminds me of, like, Genshin Impact, and just, like, how there are characters like Zhongli telling the Traveler to, like, witness, keep a record of history, all that stuff. maybe not in the same tone. This seems a little more personal rather than like... In Genshin's more like, this is the truth. You are witnessing what is happening around you. You are the record keeper. Meanwhile, here, this is more personal, and it's very much like just... Yeah. Love, remember, write it down, so... We're not forgotten. Ooh. Boy. What an emotional roller coaster this was. All of this. These animations. I am so glad that I finally got around. I am deeply sorry for having you guys wait so long. I hope you enjoyed this. That you were able to... I don't know, get the response you were looking for from me from watching all of these. Yeah, I'm really glad that I did. Now, earlier on, I did ask, what were your favorite animations? What were your favorite animations out of these? There are 20 of them. What were your top 3, right? So you let me know what your top 3 are. And yeah, that's essentially it. Thank you so much for watching this. I appreciate it. If you have some thoughts you'd like to share, you can leave a comment down below. If you like the video, make sure to do so. You can also check out the description for other ways on how to support me. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And that's about it. Until next time, shine on, you crazy diamonds. Later.